Hope you're all having a good one. Hope you're having a good Easter weekend. How goes today? I drank a lot of tea today. I forgot to take a picture. Got to take a picture of the drinking fest. Oop, music's robust. Okay. All right, how's everyone doing? I hope you're having a good weekend so far. Oh, it was a good morning. I drank a ton of tea with some good friends. It was a lot of fun. I don't know, probably had like seven different teas. 2 white teas, a black tea, an oolong, a bunch of pu'er. Hey! Oh! Sea Clown! Found a luminary! How's it going? Everything hit there at once. I did put in some music there, music entrance there, Lumi, but it just kind of got drowned out by everything else, I think. Declon, how's it going? Hey, wow, 100. That's impressive. All right, hold on. We got a stream streak here before it gets too far away. All right, Dywick. Thank you much for the 25 stream streak. Let's celebrate the 25 stream streak here. Dywick, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. Let's go with our 25 streaking frogs. Streakers, let's go! There they go! Oh! Alright. And one to grow. Dywick, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Happy weekend, everyone. How are y'all doing? Congratulations to C-Clown for the great entry bonk. Oh, you're doing a crochet. Very nice. And good luck. The fabric apple, indeed. So when we paused with this shirt yesterday, I was at the armhole. And the pattern honestly doesn't make any sense. So I just did whatever. I just did stuff. So this is what the arm now looks like. I just did some stuff across. I guess it'll be fine. I have a feeling the answer is something really stupid. Like the answer is going to be, oh yeah, no, you were supposed to stand on your head. And that's how the math works. Oh, I see. Okay. Silly me. Hey, my Uncle Queen, how are you doing? Good evening. Happy Saturday. Hope you all had a good day. I did some frantic cleaning this morning. And honestly, it really wasn't cleaning. It was like throwing stuff into piles elsewhere. So sort of like fake cleaning. There was a little bit of cleaning involved, but like I actually cleaned my bathrooms and stuff, but I've been doing laundry. Nice. I threw in a load last night of my like bathroom towels because I knew like I wasn't gonna have enough time in the morning to do a load, so I cleaned all my bathroom towels last night. Oh, I made up the Kookier Kabukier. I've got the Kookier Kabukier. It is actually really good. It is, it's the Kuki Kabuki, but instead of a green cookie cha, it's a roasted cookie cha. And so actually, hold on. And the roast gives it a really nice rounded flavor. So that's the Kookier Kabukier. So the brown twiggy things, that's the cookie cha. Cookie cha. I did not get any shop stuff up, which is a little frustrating on my part, but I chose that path. So yeah, it's been pretty tasty. I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. The chai flavorings, the cardamom and ginger, also kind of blend really well with the roast. So it's pretty nice. Okay. Okay, I actually have no idea what's going on here. Okay. So that's the end of like row 2. Now that we've joined in, not the round, but have moved on to the whatever. So it's recommending, oh, wow. It's recommending 32 rows. You can tell this person really has no clue about sizes. They think the difference between small, medium, large is like one of these rows. It's basically like small, medium, large, extra large, 2 extra large. Like, yeah, dude, that's not how sizes work. That's pretty funny. So you did the major big cuts, you're gonna do smaller cuts. Happy Easter! Hey little Valentine, how are you doing? Hello, good morning, I hope you're doing well. Okay, so all right, so again, all we're doing at this point is the same thing over and over. Kind of like what we were doing before, but now we've formed sleeves. Oh, brain freeze. Your brain. My bonks. Oh, a whoopee cushion. Nice. The ditto tree. Yeah, I thought that would be funny. Ah. Brad. Yeah, so friends came over this morning for a tea session, and we drank through, it was like 7 or 8 teas over the course of about 3 hours. So I guess at the end of the day, we weren't going too fast. Bathroom? Yeah, you know, it always depends, right? Tea is a diuretic, so but sometimes it doesn't really hit until later. It just kind of depends how much liquid you've already had. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Silly goose. Hey! There's Lunapath. The music is in. That was the Garfield music. Lumi, I did get yours in, but it got kind of swallowed up in the other stuff. Dude! Yeah. I found a good video clip of the game play. It's like Count Slobula's castle. Odie is Count Slobula. You know, there's this, like, Garfield used to be funny. I know that's hard to believe, but the comic actually did used to be funny. There was a time when there were like lots of other characters. You had Odie, you had Nermal, you had all these other kids. You had Liz, the veterinarian. And when Garfield went like corporate, they got rid of all that. And it got really sad and boring. You finished another bag? Hey, congratulations. You did the base chain of the straps with a hook size up, and it seemed much better. Oh, good. So you went up a hook size to make the like stitches like looser to avoid the curling. Yeah, the game is notoriously hard, but you can't beat the first level like you could when you were new. Oh, or when it was new. You're losing the touch. You haven't even watched the Bill Murray movies? I don't think I ever saw any of those. I think that was already of the era of corporate Garfield. Like at some point, Jim Davis just retired and sold Garfield to whatever company that now owns it. And it just became like unfunny. Yeah, exactly. Sending Normal to Abu Dhabi. Like all those jokes, those are like, you never see that anymore. What was the name of the farm one? Something Acre, Happy Acre? No. Something Acres? With Orson the pig and that whole gang. It was actually a Saturday morning cartoon for a while, which was actually pretty funny too. I mean, for if you were a kid. Yeah, those were the days. Okay. Well, I guess we're kind of in now the doldrums. Oops. I guess in a way we're doing about what we did before when we were extending the body. We're supposed to do 32 rows before we had done 25. But we have technically fewer stitches now, and we're not increasing anymore. And actually at this point, since I've established the sleeves, I could theoretically try this on and see how it's gonna fit or not. So I should probably consider doing that. I kind of want to get one or two more rows of the sleeves done so that they're a bit more robust. And I think at this point, there's no corner. So we don't have to worry about the corner shenanigans anymore. No more corner shenanigans. It's just straight this all the way across. Big organ piano. What is an organ piano? An organ piano song for Andrew's music? Dun 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 dun. You know the song? No. Do 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 do. Whoops. I still haven't gotten a Ghibli tree in. I have all the items and the tree itself made. I just haven't gone through to actually put it in yet. One of the people who was over here this morning was a flute player who plays professionally, and she's got a concert coming up that's like all John Williams music. So she's like, I've got to go home this afternoon and play through all the flute parts for, it was like Superman, Jurassic Park, all like Star Wars. Like, oh, that'll be fun. She's like, yeah. Typical musician. She's like, the brass get all the good parts. The brass get all the good parts. The flutes get all the like, you know, like she's like fluttering, making fluttering sounds and stuff. All the hard stuff. I had to laugh. It was funny. All right, so this should be the last awkwardness. The Last Awkwardness. That sounds like some sort of teen romance novel. Bah! Okay. Ooh. Berg! Hey, Starbug! Guess whose music is in? There it is! Turtles in the Half Shell! Starbug, how are you doing? Let me get to the end of this row here and we will celebrate your stream streak. The best part! Turtles in a hat, turtle power. You're doing good? Excellent. I'm doing pretty well, thank you. I'm probably gonna crash at some point off of that T high. How did Food Friday go? It was delicious. Good Friday was good. Thank you. The service was very nice. That and Good Friday, yeah. Okay. We got a 10 stream streak here. Are we ready? The streakers are ready. Starbucks60, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. Let's go, streakers. We got like a kitty and a Gojo just in 10. Congratulations. And one to grow. Wow. A kitty and a Gojo in 2. That's like 25% success rate. Totally rigged. Look at that. How's your weekend been? I spent the morning with friends drinking lots and lots of tea. And then I did a little bit of other stuff. I did some cleaning before they came over. I made up my home brew of Kukir Kabukir, and it's delicious. Not bad so far. You got a new game. Oh yeah, what did or did you get another new game? You mentioned you had gotten something and I am blanking on what you had said you had gotten. Largely because I hadn't recognized it. Oh, you got another? Okay. Oh, Jurassic Park. Nice. Ooh, Red Rupee. I think I have seen that one being played. How do you like? Hard but fun. It was always kind of mind-blowing to me that you could have a game like Final Fantasy VI on the Super Nintendo. And then you could have these other games that were like, you can beat this game in an hour. Like, what a crazy disparity. Yesterday, a friend gave me some. Oh, gave you some games. You're doing trade with games. Ooh, nice. Jurassic Park doesn't feel like you can't beat it in an hour. The video games that were based off of movies were usually either not really that good, or they were really short, and sometimes both. Oh, nice. Some Game Boy games. That's cool. What kind of Game Boy games? Oh, really? Wow. Oh, cool. Zelda Game Boy or Pokemon. Those are like good games as opposed to like, again, these like random scrub games that are like, ugh. Like Gex, yes, I think Gex. Indeed. You know, having said that though, there were like Nintendo games that were impossible to beat as a kid. And then later I played them as an adult and they were like, you know, 2-hour games of that. It's just pretty wild. Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. You got rid of it a long time ago. And man, they iterated that thing on every system. That's the one where it's like the random, not the random, but like the doors, connected doors, and you're picking up all the carrots. I had on the Nintendo Bugs Bunny's Birthday Bash, which was like a fever dream of a Nintendo game. At some point you're fighting Pepe Le Pew, who is poofing out poisonous gas at you from his buttocks. Good times. Hey Goshi, how's it going? You just finished the Easter dessert? Oh, nice. How's food? Or is that tomorrow? That was a game that your mom got you almost every console because she thought you liked it, right? Everyone likes Bugs Bunny. That crazy castle. It weighs over 2 kilograms. Oh, you haven't? No, hey, no worries. How was the food? I will be going to Easter lunch over at a friend's. I was requested to bring a beverage. Lemonade had been suggested. So I ended up picking up a bottle of sparkling pink lemonade from France. I was like, well, it's pastel. It's pastel pink, so there we go. Vinegar. The food was very good. Oh, good. Crazy Castle, sure. Birthday gift that you'll always cherish. Hey, when I was about like 8 or 9, I forget exactly when, our house got broken into and my Nintendo got stolen with all the games I had, which at the time was like the original Zelda, Pinball, Kid Icarus. I can't remember what all I had at the time. Anyway, as part of like the insurance payment for my parents, you know, I got to get some more games or whatever. One of the games that I got was Deadly Towers. Because it looked very cool. It looked very cool. If you don't know anything about Deadly Towers, well, yeah. Everything's prepped for tomorrow? Yeah, that's right. Pink lemonade. You're stepping up the pink lemonade, or the lemonade game. Exactly. They get you with the box art. And honestly, like the music in the intro, incredible. Incredible. And I will say that even the premise of the game is actually pretty cool and awesome. Where the game falls flat is in a variety of the game mechanics, which are just terrible. But again, like, all you would have to do is fix a few things, and the game is actually kind of a very cool game. It's just the fact that some of the basic mechanics in the game are just like crazy ass crap. Octopus and veggies, the stock. Oh, that sounds delicious. Oh, the Immortal? No, you know, I have it, but I never played through it. That very much seems like a game that's just designed to be like, nope, that's not the path you were supposed to go. Nope, that wasn't the path you were supposed to go. Your brother rented it once. That's funny. I think right, it's a classic in many ways. It was a game that was able to use, it had an isometric perspective, and it used some very innovative, like, combat, and the graphics were done in a way that was more stylized, kind of like how Donkey Kong Country did graphics on the Super Nintendo with like shading and stuff to make the characters look higher resolution. Or at least to look more detailed, right? Immortal did that with the way it handled its graphics. Yeah, the combat. But I mean more from the setup of the way it looked, not the actual combat. Yeah, it gave the game the 3D look. It had the graphics style made it look a lot more detailed, like than certainly than the average Nintendo game at the time. The idea was, yeah, it does fall flat. It was very much, again, like of the style that a lot of games in the Nintendo and Super Nintendo era were very much like, figure it out, just guess. You know, there's a, you know, almost like pick a path. It's like there's only one correct path. All the other paths are going to kill you. So, and there's no clues. Good luck. That's kind of how a lot of games were, where either you just had to have a map, i.e. buy the game guide, or you just played it a billion times and memorized and all that stuff. So it used to scare me when you were a kid. It's a very serious game. You've got goblins and you know, deadly traps and all this stuff. You got to make it to the path first, even if it was wrong. Yeah, exactly. They wanted you to get the Nintendo Power issue. Yeah, back when Nintendo Power would give you like a detailed walkthrough with maps on a game. Yeah, a lot of games were like that. And part of that, I think, was because the arcade era was still so strong And arcade games, right? Those were designed to get quarters. And even if you were good, right? I mean, the whole point of an arcade game was get quarters from kids. And even if you were good and could beat the game, you wouldn't take up more than, say, like 20 minutes. So even if someone like managed to beat the game on 1 quarter, they weren't on that machine for 10 hours. Not all games were like that. But I think that's how a lot of arcade games were. And that just kind of translated to the Nintendo and the early consoles. In the way that the games played. Dragon, yeah, oh my gosh, right? Dragon Slayer, Space Ace, those games, gosh. Those were quarter guzzlers. Holy crap, man. Of course, then there were computer games like from Sierra, like King's Quest, where you could actually put the game into an unwinnable state in many different ways. And sometimes you wouldn't find out until much later. Oh, you have those? Nice. The really notorious one, there were a number of them like that. The really notorious one was I think King's Quest 2. Oh, you have both of those. Nice. My friend had those growing up, so I don't think I ever bought any of them, which makes me kind of sad now. I think King's Quest 2 was the one with the doors. There was one with King's Quest. Yeah, because the first one was just Graham becoming king. The second one was then just like Graham as king doing something. Then the third one was one of the kids, like Gwydion or something like that. And he was like, it was where he starts in with the wizard. It's a very complicated game. And then 4 was Rosella, and then etc. So I think 2 was the one with the doors. The game, you had to go over a bridge. You had to go over a bridge to go to where all the doors were. So there were doors to other like realms, and each realm was like a little subworld type of thing. Like there was a spooky Dracula's castle one and all this stuff. And I forget, you were getting something from the realms or something like that. But the crazy thing was you didn't know this. There was no, as I recall, there was no hint. You could only go over that bridge a certain number of times. At some point, if you went over it too much, it would collapse. And it wasn't very robust. I mean, it wasn't like, even if you did it like the fewest number of times, it collapsed shortly after that. So if you were not efficient at all and you're passing back and forth, you would find yourself late in the game. You would go to cross the bridge, it would collapse and you would die. And that was it. Like once that happened, you had to start over. Yeah. So now again, like back in the day, those types of games, yeah. Hey, Mud and Clay, how are you doing? There's something like that in one of the Space Quest games. Yeah, it might have been Space Quest 3. It was 2 or 3. I remember 2 there. There was one at the very end. You're on a space station. And there's a scene where you walk into one of the hallways and this alien breaks out from a jail. It's got big red lips. And if it grabs you, it kisses you, okay? And then it runs away. And if you don't think of anything of it, you're like, oh, okay, fine. Well, it turns out that if you let that happen, it basically puts an egg inside of you. That egg will eventually break out of you and you will die. I remember we were playing it and we would beat the game. You could beat the game, and while you were in the end credits, that creature would burst out of you and die at the end credits. But again, it's like, if you had, those were the, right, you could have as many save files as you wanted. But you'd have to go like way back to, anyway. It was unwinnable. It was terrible. Yeah. Terrifying and like really annoying. Yeah, it's wild. Wild that the games back then were like that. Be like, oh yeah, no, we're just gonna make it. You can't win anymore. If someone did that nowadays, like, oh my gosh, the rioting. Yeah, you had to save frequently, and you had to save over different files so that you didn't get screwed over like something I just described. Oh yeah, DOSBox. Yeah, that'd be a hoot. I used DOSBox ages ago to play like some of the Ultima games. A lot of fun. Oh, please tell me where we are. This is the second. No, how is this only the first? Oh my gosh. This is interminable. Yeah. I don't know how this thing can take so long. Well, on the plus side, we're actually on row 4. All right, let's see. All right, we have ads starting in about half a minute. I'm gonna go grab some more water. I'm also gonna try to remember to take a picture of the tea fest. It's still, I haven't cleaned it up yet. Your new monster high dolls. Oh, nice. You need to do boil wash their hair. Totally not up to it. Oh no. Is that just to clean them? Do you like have to boil all of them, or do you just like dip their hair? All right, there's the ad break. Let's grab some water. Nope. To get whatever stuff they use in their hair, you just dip their hair. Oh, okay. Interesting. Teach don't always take their clothes. That doesn't sound sketchy. Totally normal. Oh, really? Wow, you shampoo and condition their hair. Nice. They get better treatment than some people. A very normal thing. That's right. Like a daily thing. What are you talking about? All right, what is going on? Ugh, this yarn. Oh, the yarn can't even unravel properly. There he is, right. More pampered than me. Okay. So, all right, there we go. That's what that looks like. It doesn't look great. I'm sure there was a better way to do that, but there was no... You know what? One... No, they would have said it. They would have said it. Looking back, I kind of wonder if they wanted to do like 3 single crochet, 3 single crochet, 3 single crochet, rather than kind of what I did. But there was no obvious. It was not. It was definitely not stated that way. Oh well. All right, I missed the ad break. I'm gonna do one more here, and then I'm gonna go get some water. Hey, Shipwreck, how are you doing? Happy weekend. Did oh, Supreme's all done. Ah, into Sarita. Okay. Do, 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 do. Oops. Whoa. My head. What is going on with my head? Oh, there's Darth Crow. Hey, thank you for the head shine. Hope you're having a good weekend. Okay. Oh, yeah, so today's Witch's Brew. Today's Witch's Brew is the Cookier Kabukier. Cookier Kabukier. You're making burgers and Caesar salad. Nice. How are you making the burgers? Ooh, on the smoker. Nice. That sounds delicious. Oh man, let's see. I'm trying to remember how the Friday went. Friday was very much a blur. In fact, the fact that Friday is yesterday gives you some indication about how much of a blur yesterday was. Smoked salad? I'm going from, tomorrow is also going to be quite a blur. I've got an invitation for lunch, but that's pretty much like after service, so, and I've got to be at both services tomorrow. So I'm not going to get home until like probably an hour or so before stream or something, like, which means like tomorrow will be non-existent from like doing anything else. Which means I may need to stay up and do some things. I had really wanted to get some stuff done on the shop for the Moko Fest. Should you make yourself the same thing you did for lunch or something else? I don't know. What are you in the mood for? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I think we're on the verge of going to our first black yarn here. Oops. Hey, Semi. Oh boy, look at that. 160. Wow. All right. Okay. Are we ready? I don't think we're ready. The streakers are ready though. All right, Semi. Here we go. 160. It's going to be a lot of naked frogs. Let's get the... Oh, and get a kitty right off the bat. Look at that. And another kitty. And a Gojo before the... Okay, now start the music. And another... And a Chungo. Two kitties, two Gojos, and a Chungo. And another kitty. The kitty trifecta. 160 stream streak. And another... Wow, another Chungo. Another Chungo. And another... Holy crap, man. Wow, and one to grow. Oh, and you got a Gojo to grow. Holy crap. Was anyone keeping track? That was a lot of... So, I mean, thank you so much for the 160 stream streak. That was a ton of stuff. A Grojo. And one to Grojo. That was pretty good. The bonus. Oops. How's the day going, Sammy? Bring back, yeah. Well, you'll get it. We'll get cool again. Holy pollen, yeah. Yeah, we suddenly went to 11 for temperature and pollen. I got on my car the other day and it was just like that yellow haze on top. Lovely. So we can't seem to have just spring. We can't seem to just have a nice spring day. So right today it's getting up almost to 90. It's almost 90 today out there. And then yet again, we're going to crash down over the next couple days back to freezing. Now, the only difference here is we're crashing to freezing over 2 or 3 days instead of 1 day or 2 days. And then by the end of the week, we're climbing back up to 80s. Like, could we stay like right here for a little bit more than just like, well, let's go, let's freeze and be too hot. And then, hey, enjoy the one nice day in between. Like, could we maybe just like park here for a while? Yeah, only for 1 hour. You get nice spring weather for 1 hour. That's very frustrating. Oh well. There was 1 year, it was maybe a couple years ago, where April was freezing and even a good chunk of May was pretty cold, and we didn't really warm up until end of May, June. Apparently that is not this year. That's all we're getting. Go get your winter coat because it's going to snow. Happy Easter. Yeah. What a year. I got a late email and text. A late email and text from one of my neighbors about our retaining wall project, being very adamant that we needed to have certain things added in formally before we could proceed. So I dutifully copied it into an email to the poor contractor dude and said, I think we're good to go, but this one person is being very insistent that we have this wording in the contract. So here you go. I refrain from telling the person that communicating through one channel is sufficient, and that there's no need to send me multiple messages on the same topic. I refrain from that level of correction, but I was close. Honestly, it's easy in this case because I'm just the go-between, right? I'm just the like, here you go. I will pass along your message. And I will blame you fully. Yeah, at least they didn't show up my door. I was out, which is perhaps why they felt the need to send multiple notes. Put the blame on you. Hey, Semi, did you did you get that fleece in, or had you just ordered it from the shop? The one that was from like Maryland? Yeah, this is goofy looking. Whatever. No one's gonna be looking there. Oh, yeah, no worries. Had you gotten that fleece in, or did you just order it? The one that you ordered from the place in Maryland? The Shetland thing or whatever it was. Okay, so you ordered it. Oh, okay. Another person recommended. Well, that's cool. It's nice that it's close. They're over in Maryland. Is so when you get a fleece like that, like what's the usual like cleaning and processing that you have to do? Like they said it was heavily skirted, but that there's still like minimal vegetable matter or whatever. Lay out, fleece, inspect it, take out what you don't want to scour. Okay. Oh, still no black. Divide fleece by pound to prep for scouring. Okay. You've got 5-gallon buckets from Lowe's to scour. Oh, you haven't scoured a fleece yet. Oh, cool. What does that actually involve? So you're going to be soaking the fleece in some sort of like degreaser sort of thing, or? You've got laundry bags to place the fleece in, to put in the buckets full of hot water. And is that like powder scour? Hey, Corin. Happy weekend. How's the progress on the last Zodiac? Power Scour. Oh, it is Power Scour. It's a soap. Okay. So far so good on Aries. Very nice. Hey, Shafi. Happy weekend. Hope you're having a good one. How's the jets going? Slowly. Slowly. I made an almighty decision on the sleeve. I'm now wondering if I could have done something differently. But it's kind of too late. Hope you're doing well, Shafi. Let it sit for 15 minutes, remove the fleece, squeeze out excess water, repeat scour. Okay. So you're basically clearing off any, like... What's going on with the video? That was weird. Huh. You're clearing off, like, the oils and... gunk. You're struggling with the fact you have tomorrow off as well? Your body's doing a routine of only one day off? Oh, you're rushing around panicking. Well, hopefully you get to enjoy a little bit of the day. Alright, what is going on with the camera? Has it been doing this for a while? You know what? Let's... It's... I don't know, I'm looking here and it's like, it's focusing... Alright. It's a weird focus thing, I don't know. Yeah, there's like a faint autofocus thing going on. Okay, it maybe stopped. It's a little bit from when I like shift in height of stuff here. Well, anyway. Okay, so you do the power scour to clean it up. Then at that point, I guess you rinse it and dry it. If you see lanolin been lifted, you rinse the fiber maybe twice. Okay. How much weight are you going to lose from the lanolin? I guess at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because it's about the number of fibers. It depends on breed. Okay. I guess and how lanolin-y they are. Got a really greasy sheep. Got a really greasy sheep. Okay, so you rinse the fiber. You let it dry, I presume. Most weight is someone lost from scouring is almost half the weight. Yeah, all the material that's trapped. Okay. You have an herb air dryer you got on Amazon to dry the fleece in. Okay. Already been an hour and a half. Hour and a half, and I've done like 1.5 rows. When it's dry, you'd pick the fiber, open the locks, okay? Either comb or card it. So you've got to do some amount of like fiber combing. And then spin. Okay. Well, cool. But you've gotten other fleeces before. So do you, like, I guess you still have them? Oh, man. Okay, you still have them. Still no black. Okay, this is good. I was worried we get into the black too fast. You have repeated a... Oh, wait. You haven't repeated a breed? Like you have different breeds? Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, there it is. Oh, there we go. Our first black thread. Okay, so the black is beginning. I was hoping we'd get a little bit further, but not to be, apparently. We are almost done with this row, though, so that's good. We are, however, going to be completely black, presumably, by the time we get to, like, row 8 out of 32. And that's assuming that 32 is even close to the right number. Something tells me that this person, like, highly underestimated the number of rows. So definitely a good thing that I ordered another skein. I'm gonna need to bring down the Nostipina that I have. I think it's upstairs. Actually, is it here? Oh, it might be it. Is that it? No. Okay. I think the Nostipin's upstairs. Because I'm gonna need to unravel the next couple skeins and, like, to dig into the colors. Okay, so that ended up looking okay. I'm not a fan of that, but whatever. Oh. Hey, Jem, how are you doing? Happy weekend. Hope you're having a good one. Doing all right. Excellent. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you. Actually kind of suffering through this pattern and yarn, but you know, the normal stuff. Love the colors. Yeah, thanks. This is the yarn is lovely to look at. The yarn is not lovely to crochet with. And you can see, right? It's 4 loosely associated threads. So high snagging potential. But the yarn like that, right? I just but the yarn changes color one of those threads at a time, so you get these really wonderful gradation changes over the as it slowly shifts thread by thread. So we've just started to incorporate the black. The downside is we're nowhere near the end of this shirt, and it goes to show that this pattern really wasn't very well thought through, or it was thought through only for small and was not thought through for any of the other sizes. All right, we're almost done with this row. Let's go. So what's also bad about the way the gradation works here is that if we want to match the gradation now for the sleeves, we are in essence throwing away about 60% of the skein. So not only are we throwing away about 60% of 2 skeins, it's not clear whether the remaining 40% will be enough to actually finish the sleeve. So probably, but that will kind of suck. It also means that the a size larger this is completely undoable. Or at least with this color changing yarn and whatever. So you're doing a star stitch for a temperature blanket. Ooh, that sounds interesting. How's that going so far? All right, that seems to be going okay. It's been going fine until you reach the end. So either you, oh no, you messed up a stitch or you messed up counting your, oh no. Oh, so you're just starting out, okay. Oh, good luck. What's a star stitch? Can you say, yeah, absolutely, please, please. Hey, the cat whispers. Oh, you finished your project. Nice. Rainbow colored scarf. You're starting on a new shell stitch one. Oh, awesome. Well, hey, if you want to post some pictures or links to wherever you got some photos, please do. Congratulations. The fact that you're starting another one suggests that you enjoyed. You enjoyed it? There we go. Okay. You're hooked for sure? Very nice. Oh! Okay. Interesting. So it's like it's a 2-row thing. You kind of make the lower part of the star, then the upper part of the star on 2 different rows. Is that it? You're hooked. Good pun. Good pun. Oh, very cool. Oh, that'd be nice. On a new shell stitch one. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so a quick look at where we are here. We now have our shirt with our armholes. Oops. So here's our armholes for our shirt, our neck. So this is the front part. So there we go. This is kind of like the front part of the shirt. We're fading fast there. That's a fast fade. It's funny, it stays blue for so long, and then it's like wrong. Oh, we're using this yarn. It's a cotton yarn. It's from Hobby. It's called Dahlia. I've been complaining a lot about it. So a big caution about this yarn is it's got four separate threads. See? And there's no twist. There's no twist or ply. So it's just four separate threads. And then each thread will change color separately. So that's why you get this gradual fade. The problem with that is it's a snagging nightmare. It's a snagging nightmare. So I don't recommend for like people just starting out or anything, because I think it's way too frustrating. And it's way too frustrating for me. But so I kind of already committed. Oh, it looks like it has a sheen. I think that's the it's either the we don't need to do 3. It's either the cotton or it's the fact that the lighter blue just kind of has that look to it. You reckon you get yourself tangled and you have 2 cats to help? Yeah, yikes. I had a moment a couple days ago where I was drawing this out and it yarn barfed, and then the thread started to, and I was getting very nervous because it was getting really hairy, and I spent a good 10 minutes teasing it apart, and I managed to get it cleared. But there was, once these like started tangling with other parts, like, whoo, that was really bad. So yeah, it's settled down, but I've been careful when I've been moving the skein. What had happened before is I moved the skein and like an inner part of this collapsed and fell off, and then it barfed that out, and then it just got all snared, and it was quite frightening. So, but we made it. You bought one of those spinning round. Oh yeah, okay. To make yarn cakes. A Swift. Yeah, nice. Oh, that's good. Oops. It would help if I did that in the right spot. So the other thing making this pattern, this shirt being difficult, is the pattern is poorly written. And as I'm finding out, it doesn't appear that it was really tested beyond the size small. And so, as you might imagine, for a color changing yarn, it kind of matters the size of the thing that you're making, because you don't buy an extra large skein, you buy the same size cake. And it turns out that so far I'm doing a large, which is only 2 sizes bigger, and it's looking like it's not going to work out, which is annoying and frustrating. So you can kind of see where I am right now. We're on the final color change. The final color change is to black. And we're only on the halfway point of the shirt, right? We just started under the sleeve. So we got a long way to go. And it's not, the skein's not going to make it. So I've had to order another skein, but it's color changing. So I'm gonna, I guess I'll start with the black and I'll work my way towards the purple. Maybe I'll go ahead and I will bump up the black to where it's starting to turn purple, so that way the shirt starts to fade back to purple. But yeah, it's kind of annoying. Okay, I keep forgetting to write down my rows here, so. Oh, that's the knot. Is it? No, what is this? I don't know what that is. Yeah, no, that's the knot turning black. Okay. Yeah, well, I don't think the pattern maker did either. I don't think they thought about it either, because well, anyway. Oh, yeah, we need to write down what I've been doing here. So we did row 4, which is row 2, the TC blocks. Chain, return. And we're on row 5 now. So we're supposed to theoretically go to row 32. And I say theoretically because, again, for the pattern, they say that the overall difference between a small, medium, large, extra large, large, extra large, extra, extra large is just adding 2 more rows, which amounts to one thing. So I will let that percolate in your brain for a second. Do you think the difference between a small t-shirt and a medium t-shirt and a large t-shirt and an extra large and a double extra large is just that? I mean, it would be bigger, wider too, but lengthwise, like, I don't know about that. Don't know about that. All right, we've got an ad break starting here in about 1.5 minutes. Ugh. Ooh. Okay. All right, we got an ad break starting here soon. I'm going to grab some more water and grab a stretch. Good time to do the same. It's 3 minutes of ads. So we'll be back after the ad break hits. Again, good time to go grab some water and get a stretch break. All right, there it is. Okay, be right back. Bum, bum. All right. Perfect timing. Welcome back. Let's keep going here. It's a little bit dismaying how long these rows take. So let's see what we can do here. Oh, it's 6 already. Blarg. How can it have been 2 hours already? You don't understand why you're finding crochet so addicting? You can literally do it all day. Yeah, you get in a groove on something, you're making something. Can be a lot of fun. Yeah, right? Time flies. If you're watching streams or watching a TV show or something. And then when you're done, you've actually like made something. Which is cool. It's not just, well, there went another 5 hours of my life, but and then if there's like stuff you want to like learn to make or try to make yourself, all that stuff, it's like you can do almost anything. Oh, really? You've never had a crafty hobby before? Oh, well, cool. Well, that's awesome. I think one of the harder things to deal with any craft is like wanting to do like 50 things at once. Usually it's like, oh, I want to do that, I want to do that, I want to do that. But they all take time.
Hello there.
Oops. You're feeling pretty down recently because you got sick, and this has been, oh yeah, a productive way to pass the time. Yeah, if you're still able to use your hands, okay. It's all like also depending on what you're doing. It's something that you can do reasonably okay while doing other things. So, you know, multitasking is always a questionable thing. I mean, people will say like, oh, I multitask all the time. And to be brutally honest, the answer is no, you don't. You focus on one thing and you think you're doing two things simultaneously, but you're not. That's okay. If you can get something down into a routine habit, though, then you can start to focus on doing two things at once. Or that you can be a little bit more flexible in doing two things at once. But you really need to get to the point where you're being automatic on doing something. And it can be a little bit dangerous with like crochet, because sometimes you do need to be paying attention. So I have found like there's certain times where it's like, no, this project's a little too complicated to try to be doing simultaneously with something else. And other times where it's like, okay, I'm going to be just single crocheting over and over and over. So that's pretty mindless. Like, sure, I can do something else while I'm doing that. And that certainly happens while I'm streaming. Like, if I'm at a new part of the pattern, like I will have to focus on it and have to ignore everyone for a moment. But like now, where I'm just doing the same thing over and over and over, it's pretty set and forget. Usually not a good multitasker. You were thinking the same. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. With my work I've been doing like kind of reading on cognitive brain science and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, I know there's a lot of books out there about like, you know, multitasking, blah, blah, blah. But you read the actual books from like cognitive neuroscientists and all this stuff. It's pretty clear that the brain really cannot focus on two things at once. So multitasking is a little bit of you have to be very careful about what you're actually multitasking on. It's kind of like driving, right? If you get to the point driving where driving becomes a second nature, literally, then yeah, you can have a conversation while you're driving. But even then, right, you'll probably notice if you're driving and talking with someone that like there'll be moments where you have to stop talking and focus on driving. There's kind of an ebb and flow there. You're the kind of person that needs to turn the music down when you're driving to get to a junction. Yeah, right. Exactly. The moments where you're like, okay, no, I need to cut out all the distractions. But I found that very early on when I was trying to start to like attend meetings virtually and do something else. No, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You sort of focus on one, you sort of focus on the other. It's not effective either way. It's like, just pick one. Just pick one. Or just understand that you're not going to be paying attention to one. When you're working, you need to focus. You have to have music to keep your brain quiet enough. Yeah, there you go. Well, right, there's also a difference between like having music in the background and playing. Or like having some other noise in the background. I'll do that often with Twitch. I'll just have Twitch on in the background, just not paying attention to it, just to have some sound. Used to do that with TV. Only time you find a distraction happens when you play the piano. If the tumbler dryer. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. Having some other sound playing. That's interesting. Well, that's cool. What do you typically play on the piano? Row 6, 2. Okay, we're on row 6 out of 32. If we don't change color to our second black thread, I'll feel a little bit better on this row. If we do, though, then it's like, yeah, no, we're done. Like, it'll be impossible to do this. Sad French music. Oh no, you messed up your chain count? Oh. Can you just like too few or too many chains, you think? Film scores, emotional stuff like I know D, Max Richter. Oh wow, okay. I think you're just one chain short. So can you just like increase, like do 2 whatever of 1 stitch and 1 chain? That's what happened here. When I started this, there was a massively long chain and I did it and I got to the very end and I was 1 chain short. So I just did 2 whatever stitches in the final chain. I was like, good enough. I was also not convinced that the pattern had it right. Or at least suspicious that the pattern didn't have it right to begin with. Because I counted my chains twice. And I had the right number of chains, so... Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Maybe you just went back to your single crochet row. Oh, you're gonna count from there. Okay. Oi, oi, oi. Ah! Should not be having these problems. That's the joy of all these fiber arts and whatnot, is the counting. Okay. So if we're fortunate, we will not hit our second black thread on this row. And it's possible because on the last triple crochet block row, we hit the color change late in the row. And we've eliminated a number of stitches that we're not doing anymore. And so the rows are shorter. They're still long, but they are shorter. So it's very possible we won't change until the next row. And if that holds, we'll certainly be able to get further. But I don't expect it to be like dramatic. At this point, I could probably try to weigh out the skein and then do 2 rows, the setup row and the treble crochet row, and see how much yarn we're using. Actually, I should probably do that just so I have like a rough sense of how much each row is taking. And that way I'll have a sense of how much yarn I need. You know what I might also do is here after the end of this row, I should probably try this on and see how we're looking. Because I think it seems like each treble row gets you about an inch. Because the trebles are pretty long. Let's check that out. Maybe a little under. Yeah, it's like a little under an inch. You can see right at the bottom of the treble up to the next one, it's like 7/8 of an inch. So about an inch per 2 rows. Or 16 rows for 7 inches. You don't want to count. How many like stitches is it? Like 200 or so? $366. Oh, for the number of days. Got it. Oof. Two. How? How? Ugh. Okay, so let's see, how long do I think this shirt is? Under my arm, it's 12, like 15 inches by my metric. That would be about 32. Okay, maybe this will be about right then. We'll see.
How many night models have you seen today?
Hey, Sarita, how's it going? Welcome on in, everyone. How's the stream today? I saw you went to you made a trip to the fabric store. Welcome in. How are you doing, everyone? Thank you so much for the raid, Sarita. Hey, if you're not already following Sarita, please click on that heart icon. Check out the next stream. Making and crafting, usually doing some sort of fabric crafting like bags and whatnot. What were you up to today? Shelly, good to see you. Linda's Crochet, good to see you. Welcome on in. Giraffe, how are you doing? Tintais, hope you're doing well. How's the weekend? How goes? Thank you for the check-ins too. What how are the fabric store finds? Hey, if you got stuff you want to share, links and stuff, please drop them in chat. Always happy to take a look. Or if you've got to go take care of yourself, always please do. Thank you so much. We're still suffering with this yarn, this pattern. They were gonna be on here a while. Although I finally like made the sleeves, or We're on the armhole. We're on the armhole. Making expandable shoe bags. Oh, a new pattern to you. Oh, cool. Let's check it out. Oh. Nice. Strawberries. This is like perfect strawberry season. Oh, look at that. Okay. Oh, very cool. I like the different fabric on the inside. Very nice. Oh, very nice. That's a very vibrant strawberries. That's an amazing fabric. Very nice. Cool handles and everything too. Oh, did you have like a market? Oh, look at that. Nice. You need a stronger zip next time? Yeah, right. Well, there you go. It's called a prototype. Sell it for like $1 cheaper. Nice. How'd the market go? That is, you got so much stuff. That's awesome. Very cool. Oh, there's that fabric you had on in the inside of the bag. I like the boats. And a lighthouse. Very nautical. Oh, you've got montages of stuff you made. Oh, very cool. Oh yeah, the little the doggy bags. You made a tiny profit. Oh, nice. First week of 26 weeks. Wow. Okay, so you're gonna go every week. That's impressive. Is it the same spot every week for the market? Nice selection of the poo bag dispensers. If you need a poo bag dispenser or a shoe bag, go check out Sorita, and then all the other lovely things. You can go check out sorita.com. There you go. Lovely bags and cute little, critters. Oops. Strategically placed avocado there. All looking quite lovely. Awesome. Same spot Thursday and Fridays every week. Wow. Okay. Do you get to take stuff with you when you go to like continue to make stuff? Or is there stuff that you can make while you're at the market? Well, thank you again for the raid. Thanks for bringing everyone in. We're just working on this shirt pattern still here. Oh, okay. Last year you did take your sewing machine. You made stuff. Wow. That I could see it being a lot harder with like a sewing machine as opposed to like taking this, Oh, okay. You only went a few weeks at the end of the season. Oh, very cool. It is confirmed you're one chain short. You're going to see if you can double it on the end of your, if you can't double it on the end of your SC row. Yeah, right. I mean, just do 2 single crochets in 1 stitch, like basically like an increase. that might work. Wow. Hey, blue-eyed cat. Welcome on in, everyone. How was your stream? Squirrels are broken out of the nut house. Oh no. Hide the nuts. Blue-eyed cat, how was the stream? Were you working on cross stitch? You had a beautiful one of those like heaven and earth designs that I saw earlier. Mass Bandit, how are you doing? Hey, if you're not already following Blue-Eyed Cat 81, please click on the heart icon right now. Check out the next stream. You do co-working too, don't you? Co-working, usually working on some sort of cross stitch though. Some sort of like crazy tiny cross stitch. I mean, the stitches are tiny. The patterns are huge. So there's like millions of stitches. It's always like 0.01% whatever. You're cross stitching your butt off today? Excellent. Well, congratulations. That's good. Oh, you did the increase. Okay. Well, good luck. Fingers crossed that it all counts out correctly this time. You're doing good, Bandit. Excellent. I hope you're all having a lovely weekend. It is actually ridiculously hot here today. I don't know about where you are. It's like almost 90 today. And then it's going to get down to freezing again in a couple days. So, you know, woohoo! And pollen. And this time we have pollen. So. You're doing crafty co-working. All right. Yeah, you like the big projects. Well, if you've got pictures too that you want to share, please feel to drop links in chat. Or if you need to go take care of yourself, please do. I really appreciate it. I hope you had I'm glad to hear you had a good cross-stitching day. I'm always impressed with the with those massive patterns. Like, oof. Those are the types of patterns that even if you did like 100 stitches a day, it would take you 3 years. Sandy Lou Who, how are you doing? Many of them are 52-ish. Wait, 52-ish. You got to run. Hey, no worries. Thank you again, Blue-Eyed Cat. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day and weekend. Oh, 52 whips. Okay. Well, you know, if you got the space to put them aside and whatever, like bags or whatever, hey, you know, you've got something for any mood, right? And if you don't, you just add another one. Well, again, welcome on in, everyone. I hope you're all having a good weekend. How are all your projects going? I hope you're all making some reasonable progress. That's kind of what I'm aiming for here. We're making this shirt, trying to make this shirt that you see on the left. Just yesterday, I got to the point where we closed up the loops to make the arms, to make the armholes. So there you go. There's like, you can kind of see, right? This is the lower part under so the sleeve will get crocheted onto this hole. So we're currently on the back of the piece here. And we're using this yarn, which if you haven't seen a yarn like this before, this yarn is 4 loosely associated threads that change color independently. So one of those threads will turn from purple to black here at some point, and we're slowly fading to black. So, well, what that also means is I have lots of snags, because it's really easy to snag just one of those 4 when you don't want to, particularly with these treble crochets. Like right there, but that one was clean. You finished your sister's birthday knitting set. Oh, nice. And you blocked it as lace candle flame leaves design. Ooh, that sounds lovely. Are you going to find a suit? Oh, great. You're going to be out there for, or be able to be with her for her birthday. That's awesome. Well, hey, congrats on getting that done. If you've got any pictures you want to share, please feel free to drop them in chat. That goes for anyone that wants to share project pictures. It's always fun to look at what people are working on. Y'all get to stare at this thing. It's fun to see what other people are working on, get inspired, see the amazing work that everyone's doing. The current problem I'm having with this pattern, and that everyone has heard me complain about this all frequently, is that the pattern is not really well written, and it wasn't really tested very well either, it appears. And it's particularly, I am beginning to suspect that they did not test it beyond the small size. And I am making the large, which is 2 sizes bigger. And the reason that's important is because, as you can see, right, this is a color changing yarn. And I'm beginning to get suspicious that the skein is big enough to do a small and look good. I don't think it's going to work with a large. I think we're going to turn black way too soon. You can see, like right now, we are here. Let's use Inosuke. We'll use Inosuke as my pointer. Oops, or not. There we go. Okay, so look at the boar's head. Where the boar's head is, see where that goes from like the pink to the darker red? That's kind of where we are now, right under the arm and in this area. But we're already starting to go to black at this point. And you can see, right, in that shirt, they don't really start to get to black until the one below that next phase transition down there, if not even further. So I think we're going to turn black by like this point, which means we're going to run out of thread here before we hit the bottom. Second ball. Well, see, that's the thing. The pattern said buy 3 skeins, because what you do is to match the sleeves. To match the sleeves, you buy 2 extra skeins and you rip out the yarn until you get to the point where it's changing, and then you use the rest of the thing. Well, the sleeves are going to start somewhere around here. So we're gonna need this to finish off the sleeves. So I've got 2 of these to do the sleeves, but I'm likely going to use up the black because I think the sleeves will use most of this. So I've actually had to order a 4th skein, which isn't here yet. And what we'll likely do is we'll either start with the black, or we'll move in a little bit into where it's a little bit purple, like the first purple, and then we'll start that way. So the shirt may go black, and then maybe at the very bottom it'll start to get purple again. But kind of the point is, the pattern and the pattern maker didn't think through larger sizes and what to do. So it's up to the crocheter to figure out what to do. You'd use blue bit below, black, save some money. Yeah, well, that's an option too. I didn't want to do sudden switch. Like the whole point of me using the yarn, I thought, was to have like a gradation. So kind of going for the sudden thing. Like I expect to do that on the collar and the I don't know what you call this. The band where the buttons are. Right? That kind of I don't know, what do you call this? The seam in the middle. This is not the best pointer. But anyway, I expect that there, and I expect to use the blue there. But there we go. The button band, there you go. Ideally, one of each size would be tested before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I pretty much suspect that they did not test this pattern beyond the small. But again, what that means is it's like, okay, well, you just got to figure out what you want to do. It's just also a shame that, like, again, like reading through the pattern, it was like, okay, I should buy 3 skeins. Not enough. But, oh well. One of the jokes that we noticed about this pattern was when it was initially released, it's a free pattern on Hobby. It was apparently released as a beginner pattern. And after people started complaining about how poorly it was written, they changed it to intermediate. So, there you go. All right, so we're on the back now. And I thought I was going to, it's too late now for this, but so we're on the final bit of this. We're basically now just, we're doing the same pattern over and over here for the rest of the shirt. We're just going back and forth doing these rows. So we're in kind of a simple spot at this point. We've gotten past all the shaping stuff that happened up here. What I need to do is I need to weigh the skein and see how much yarn I'm using with each 2 rows, right? There's like a setup row and then like the treble crochet row. That'll give me a way to kind of estimate how far I'm going to get and how much I'll need to finish it off. Or at least be in the ballpark. So. Oh, you put a picture into. Oh, cool. Thank you. Let's check it out. Ooh, oh, that's lovely. Wow. I love the yarn. Is this like a one yarn that's color changing through all that? Or are you like shifting colors here? But either way, this is beautiful. It looks lovely. I love the colors. Ooh. It's very thick yarn too. Beautiful, beautiful. Do you know what you're going to do with it too? It is okay, so it's like one yarn. Wow. That's a lot of color changes in one yarn. What kind of yarn is that, if you don't mind me asking? Very pretty. Boom, boom. The other thing I've got my eye on where we are now in making the sleeve join, we skipped a bunch of stitches, right? So this, we used to stitch along here, but now we're just stitching across here. So it's a much shorter path. So we've actually eliminated a good number of stitches times 2 in doing this. Before doing that, the color change was happening every treble row, which is pretty frequent. And so I'm hoping now the color change will happen a little bit less frequent. So what we're looking for is the black thread appeared towards the end of the last treble crochet row. So ideally the second black thread doesn't appear until either the setup row coming back or on the next treble row. So in other words, that we get a treble row without a color change. So we'll see. It's not critical either way, but it's more of just a visual indicator to me about the yarn consumption and about how rapidly it's going, because the next thread that changes, right, will be half black. 2 of the threads will be black and 2 will be purple. So that means we're getting pretty close to the end of the skein. Although obviously I don't know how long it will be completely black. But again, that's why I'll weigh it out for the next whatever. James Bread Emotions DK Acrylic and Shade Affectionate. Oh, okay. Very lovely. That's a DK yarn. It looks a lot thicker. You put your hook down for now, it's not finished. Okay. Well, it's looking lovely. Oops, there we go. Okay. All right, I think it's great how sometimes these look a little bit more black than others. Just like the color manages to come through more sometimes. All right, we got a ways to go here. I do want to try to finish this row. In the next half hour. Oh, it's probably okay. So you're using a smaller hook there. Using a 5mm, those suggest a 4mm. Okay. Okay, so that's what I'm using, right? I'm using a 5. The yarn is thinner, but the stitches are different, so. Hey, Alpaca Wallop, how's it going? Happy weekend. Wow, so it suggested an even smaller hook? Huh. Wow. Hope you're having a good one, Alpaca. Just got back from the grocery store. They're closed. Oh, yeah. Now or never. Now or never. I don't see that much anymore. Stores being closed on Sunday. Kind of fluffy and fibrous. Not as smooth as what I'm using. Okay. Well, it looks, I mean, it looks very, like, you know, full and plump. Very nice. And great in those colors, too. Oop, erg. All right, we're hanging in there. Again, I'm not expecting to color change until the next row, but that's just my hunch, given the way things have gone. I hope my hunch is correct. But we'll see here. We're getting too close. We're definitely past the halfway point. Wow, that hour flew by. Do do. Do 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 do. All right, we got ads coming up again. Another minute and a half. I am gonna grab some more water. And get a stretch. This is gonna be our last probably like water stretch break before we read some manga. We barely read manga all week because I've been out for music rehearsals and Good Friday. So tonight we're gonna read Jujutsu Kaisen and Fushigi Neko no Kyuu-chan, Wonder Cat Kyuu-chan, and Astro Boy, Tetsuwan Atomu. Well, we'll see whether we read Astro Boy. If Jujutsu Kaisen takes like an hour, then probably not. Hopefully, Jujutsu Kaisen doesn't take that long. Well, we'll see. Now at midnight. Hey, Sarita again. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good evening and a good rest of your weekend. We're gonna keep on keeping on here. Again, we're gonna have like a 3-minute ad break pop up here shortly. It's a good time to get some water, get a stretch break. I'm gonna do that, and we'll keep crocheting here when I get back. And we'll see how far we get. I want to finish this row. Arg! We're not going to finish this row if I keep doing that. All right, there's the break. Let's go. Hey, Catalogic, how are you doing? All right, be right back. All right. Look at that. Perfect timing. Welcome back. Let's do it. Okay. So we're on the second armhole here, which means we're almost at the end of this row, comparatively. Still have a ways to go. But we should be able to finish this off. Ooh. Look at these colors. It comes down to your knees. That's funny. They're beautiful. I love the colors on this one too. Ooh. Is this a similar type of yarn? That's lovely. That came out really well too. Wow, beautiful. Bravo. Yeah, I love the shades and the colors. Beautiful. Oh. Okay, I think we're still on one black. Logic, how's your weekend going? Oops. There we go.
Oh ha 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 ha.
That was a chunky yarn. Yarnsmith's Lagoon Chunky. 7 mil. Oh wow. Okay. Oh, you got great yarn. Do, 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 do. Oops. Oh, okay. Here comes the second knot. Oh, and this knot needs trimming. That's a crazy knot. Oh no. Wait. Oh. Wait, is this okay? No, I think we're fine. It just didn't cut right. I thought it was about to unravel. There we go. Okay, so we're color changing about the same spot, maybe a little bit later. We color changed down here previously, and it looks like we're going to end up color changing a little bit later, but not as late as I was hoping. This yarn, yeah. No, it's fine. Whatever. So, Hera, when we get to it, I'll show it off better again. It was just a thread wasn't cut cleanly. It'll make sense when I show it off. We got a ways to go. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, it definitely makes you work for it. I'm finding that it helps to turn the hook a little bit as I pull through, like to turn it away from me a little bit. The timing is a little bit important there because you want to, when you're going through the treble crochet, there's two loops you're going through. The first is a hoop and the second is kind of a loop, kind of a layover. Anyway, the first one is hard to angle through, but the second one goes through a little bit better if you kind of turn the hook away. Okay, so what's happened, there's the knot, and that's where, come on, focus, there we go. That's where one of the threads is turning from purple to black. So there we go. That's a little bit better. There we go. So the bottom thread, you can see, is turning from purple to black. So now we'll have two black threads on the right where we only had one on the left. And there's a knot to join that, the two things that are changing. The black thread here just wasn't cut very cleanly, and there was like an extra scraggly bit. And so I just trimmed it. It looked like the knot was about to come undone, but it's fine. Yeah, so there's the knot, and we're about to incorporate that into our color change here. So there we go. We're now officially half black, half purple. But what that means is we're on row 6 here. We're going to be going to fully black by 8-10, by row 10. And we're supposed to go 32 rows. And it's kind of in twos, right? So this is like, if this is row 4, this is row 6. So I don't know. I think that all signs pointing to kind of what I thought, which is that this is going to run out before we get to the bottom. My next goal, plan, or whatever here is to weigh the skein and try to figure out how much we're using per row. That way, when my extra skein comes in, I can maybe get a sense of how much yarn we need. And I might be able to get a sense of like where would be a good place to start. Okay, this is good too. It's almost 7:30. Oh, 0:20 in the morning. Hey, Cats Wizards, have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you for sharing the projects. They look really amazing. And I'm glad to see and hear you're enjoying crochet so much. Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter. All right, there we go. Oh, you're fine. Oh, well, I'm glad I can try to help. I've greatly relied on the expertise of the folks in our community. And it's great to have access to all these wonderful friends and fellow crafts people. Especially when I get into panic mode. Like, I don't know what to do. All right, let's see if we can finish this row off. Okay. 3 more to go. Oop. All right, is that right? That's right. Hey, Piffle Cake! Happy Easter! How are you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend. There we go. All right, we did it. All right. Okay, so we've got about 3 rows done. Past the arm. Having a lovely lazy time enjoying your 4-day. Yeah, nice. Enjoy. You and Maniacal Queen. This is like apparently the first time getting like big long weekends. Like why this? Why now? I mean, it's great, but it's kind of like 2 people have been like, this is the first time in forever. All right, let's see if we can measure this. Ooh, really? Only 40 grams left. Okay, so we've got 40.3 grams left. Seven. $40.3 grams at beginning of the setup row. Okay. You moved to working shop for retail to head office. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, hey, enjoy. Hope it is lovely and quiet. Okay. So the reason I'm measuring is we're currently like about here, say, on the shirt. Actually, I was pointing here earlier with Inosuke's head. We're kind of like in the middle of this middle red zone or middle reddish zone, kind of like right here. We are going to run out of yarn before we get to the bottom. Just, I can tell by the way what we have left, the amount of size we have left to do. What I want to get a sense is we're basically just doing the same thing over and over at this point. We're doing a setup row, which creates little pockets, and then we do the treble crochets coming back. So there's 2 rows, and then it's almost an inch. It's like 7/8 of an inch. So we can figure out how many more rows we need to do. What I'm measuring is we're going to see how much it is to do 2 of these rows. That is the setup row and the treble crochet row. We'll see how many grams it uses of the yarn. Because what's going to happen is we're going to run out of the yarn before we get to the end of the shirt. And I've got another skein coming, or I can use one of the sleeve ones while we're waiting. And the idea will be that we unravel the black of that new skein to where it starts to turn purple. And then we finish off the shirt so that the shirt starts turning back to purple again from the black. And it'll be useful to get a sense of like, how much of that skein are we going to use? Because my other concern is when we go to do the sleeves, so we got 2 skeins for each sleeve because we need to match the gradation. When we go to do the sleeves, we're going to have to start where the gradation ends. And that's actually here in the purple zone, which is actually through a good chunk of the skein. So I'm a little worried that the skein is not going to be enough to finish this off, which will also, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. If you look at the shirt, the sleeves get finished off before getting down to the black. So theoretically we should be okay. But if we're ending up at black around here, then our sleeve is also in, right? Our sleeves are going to be bigger because it's a bigger shirt. So I don't know. What I may end up doing is I may end up cheating a little bit and starting a little bit, you know, not going fully into the purple, maybe taking it back a tick or two. It won't line up as well, but I don't know. Yeah, the shirt isn't turning out to work so well if you're not small and tiny. At least with the gradation, right? If I were using a yarn that didn't have a gradation, we wouldn't have this problem. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and turn, and I'm going to start. It's also going to be interesting how easy this, right? Crocheting and knitting in black is never a fun thing. I think it's a lot harder to see where your stitches are. So we'll see how this goes as we turn black. Okay. Yeah, so at present we're at 2 threads black now. So we're almost at the end of the purple. We will be completely black by the end of this 2 more treble crochet rows. Oops, I somehow got this upside down. All right, let's go just a little bit more. And then I'm going to check out the Jujutsu Kaisen chapter to see how long it looks. I do want to read, whoops. I do want to read some Jujutsu Kaisen because we barely read any manga this week because of the shorter streams with all the music rehearsals, but also because we left on that cliffhanger of Gojo, the ghost of Gojo. Okay. All right. Ooh. Okay. right, let's take a quick look at Jujutsu Kaisen. We're almost... Oh, wait. No, we're not on the final chapter yet. Oh, we still have 3 chapters left in this book. Okay. So we're on chapter 261. Oh, gosh. Okay, there's a... Oh, gosh. All right, so there's a lot... there's a lot of blah, blah, blah. Which means I really should bite the bullet and start reading that chapter. Any minute now, should bite the bullet and start reading that chapter. Sounds like you're trying to top motivate to clean the kitchen. Yeah. Yep. Any minute now. Any minute now, I'm going to start reading that chapter. Oh, yeah. No, it's a thing. All right. I mean, as much as I would like to crochet on this all evening, I do need to practice and read some kanji, read some manga, so... All right. We'll pause there. All right, that's a good pause point. All right, so we made good progress. We got like, I don't know, 4 rows done, which I wish we could do more and be faster, but apparently this thing just is that slow. Don't forget, the Moko group is doing their giveaways. Oh, not raid. Shout out. They'll be back Monday. Maybe later in the week they'll get to us. We'll see. Or get to me. But I think this is up second. I think first it's the little dude. There goes my needle. I knew that was going to happen. We're giving away this guy, or at least a facsimile of this person, this little Cthulhu. And we're also doing a little giveaway of the of this actual thing. So, along with some calligraphy and stickers and a bunch of other stuff. So, Moko will be giving those away. And also, don't forget that I have to wait another minute. Supreme Doom doing partner push. Supreme was on earlier today. In fact, I think we inherited the raid from Sorita, which is awesome. So thank you for everyone supporting Supreme Doom. All right, let's read some Jujutsu Kaisen. If somehow this goes really fast and all of our other readings go really fast, we might get back to some crochet. But we will see. I have to get up a little bit before 6 tomorrow morning, so I can't stay up too late this evening. So, hey Supreme, how are you doing? How was the day? How was the stream? I was busy hosting people at a tea party, so I could only lurk most of the day. There we go. Cooldown has cooled down. So if you're not already following Supreme Doom, please click follow and check out the next stream. Again, doing partner push at the moment, so every little bit helps. And aside from that, it's just a great community to be a part of. So yeah, you bet. Oh, it was good. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, let me, oh, I need to do a bunch of changeover stuff here. All right. So we're going to be doing JJK. Oh, no, we want that. We're going to be changing this. This is volume 29, chapter 261. We're very close to the end. Chapter 271 is the final chapter. So we're getting very close to the end. Trying not to get too excited about that. I have determined that we are likely going to be reading Chainsaw Man when we're done with this. We read the first arc of Chainsaw Man years ago. I guess a couple years ago. And so we'll, now that the series is complete, we will read the entire series. Okay, pause the music. Chainsaw Man is a pretty crazy story. Halloween. Probably if you, ooh, I wonder if we could time the Halloween chapters with actually being on Halloween. That would be great. If you don't know the Halloween stuff from Chainsaw Man, it's something. Okay. Let me change our stream info too. Okay, so Japanese manga translation, Jujutsu Kaisen now, Wonder Cat next, Astro Boy later. We're doing writing and reading. It's our category, and that should do it. So let's go. All right. Here we go. Okay, let's read chapter 261 of Jujutsu Kaisen, Jingai Makkyo Shinjuku Kessen, part 33. So 33 of the decisive battle in the demonic uninhabited region of Shinjuku. There we go. Itadori hitting Gojo, hitting Sukuna. Okay. Kono mama shinzo tsubusu. So with things as they are, will crush the heart. So this is Itadori thinking that about Sukuna, which is like, with things as they are going, the way they're going now, I'm going to crush his heart. And you don't normally see the Daiten marks here on vowels like this, but this is just to denote that he's like getting really guttural with his like, ooh, like that. And same thing here. Ah. Sono ato wa. And after that, Ryoiki Tenkai. Okay, so Sukuna does a domain expansion, domain unfolding. And then Masaka. It can't be. So this is how the previous chapter ended. He saw a figure there. The domain thing happened, and then we saw this. Arian. Arianai is like impossible. It can't be. So both Masaka is usually used in this sort of like, it can't be. And Arianai, again, like it's not possible. So it looks like Gojo. Okay. And we get like a wind, I guess, lifting the hair, and this is interesting. Okay. So it's probably not quite Gojo. Let's see what's going on here. So that's just him laughing. He sees this and he realizes, ha ha ha, Soka. So again, this is Sukuna laughing, saying, I see. Is that so? Baki. And he punches Itadori. Sumana namete nameteta yo. Okay, so sorry, you know, namete. Namete is to underestimate or to make light of. So like, I'm sorry that I underestimated you, or sorry that I treated you lightly. Okay, so he smacks Itadori aside and zuza, and he's rushing here towards Gojo. Soko marete kuru yatsu to wa omowan nanda. To that place, to that point, possible person as for being that, not thinking. So I didn't think you as you being capable to that point. Okotsuyuta. Okay, so he's knows or thinks this is Okotsuyuta. So presumably, if we can guess, Okotsu was able to somehow copy the transfer ability of Kenjaku, which is what Kenjaku did for Geto in all of his previous existence. And Okotsu has somehow done that and switched into Gojo's body. So that appears to be what Sukuna is getting super excited about. Oh, okay. We're going to get a lot of explanation. So flashback, black background. I guess now we're going to see all of this explained. So buckle in because I'm sure it won't be short. Dame da. Dame ni kimatte en daro. Okay, Maki is saying, it's no good. No, it's like deciding towards no good, meaning like it's decidedly, certainly no good, right? Jouken tsuki de dame. With the attached conditions, it's no good. Okay, so we don't know what they're talking about. Presumably they're you can see the image down here. Presumably they're talking about the plan to do brain swaps and all that stuff. So presumably Okotsu has just told them that's a possibility, and that's what they're saying, reacting to. With the conditions attached, it's no good, and whatever. Just a guess, but we'll see. 俺たちが全滅してもうどうしようもねえってなったら好きにやりゃいいんじゃねえか? Okay, so we doing complete destruction already how whatever doing not existing if becoming. So if it's become that we're all destroyed, if we are all destroyed, if it becomes that way, and then like it doesn't matter, or doing however you want, it doesn't matter. Towards liking, doing is good, isn't it that? So already, whatever you're trying to do, if it's becoming that way because we're all destroyed, then doing as you like is fine, isn't it? Okay. So they're talking about this as kind of like probably a thing of last resort, right? If everything is destroyed and the battle's not going well, then, you know, do whatever you want, right? Satoru ga makete shinda baai. So Gojo Satoru, losing and dead case. So it's the case that Gojo has lost and is dead. Kenjaku o Rika ga hoshoku shite nikutai o wataru jutsushiki o copy Satoru no nikutai o tsukatte Yuta ga tatakao ka? Okay, so hoshoku is to protect and eat. Predation, to prey upon. Okay. Kenjaku o Rika ga hoshoku shite nikutai o wataru jutsushiki o copy Satoru no nikutai o tsukatte Yuta ga tatakao ka. Okay, so it's a really complicated chain which is why he's like pausing and saying, like, is that what we're talking about here? And what he's saying is preying upon of Kenjaku, and Satoru's copy of a technique and passing to the physical body of Satoru's physical body, and Yuta using that will be fighting. So let's see if we can try to work that all together. It's obviously pretty complicated. So Yuta is going to fight. Yuta is going to use the physical body of Satoru as a copy of the technique passing the physical body, with Arika doing predation upon Kenjaku. So there's Arika eating Kenjaku. And so then Okotsu gets the copy, and then Okotsu is going to copy Gojo using Kenjaku's skill technique and then fight as that. And so, yes, it's complicated. それができたら、俺たちの勝率は上がるんだろうが。As for that thing, if it's possible, as for our probability of victory, it increases, right? So basically, if we can do that, then we have better chance of winning, right? But, Gojo no itai kara, mukagen jujutsu wo copy suru no wa dame nano ka? Okay, so from the corpse of Gojo, the without lower limit technique, curse technique or sorcery, as for doing copy of that, it's no good? Question mark. So is it no good to do copying of the without lower limit curse technique from the corpse of Gojo? Like, can't we do that? Rikugan ga nai to mukagen jutsushi wa atsukaemasen. Okay, so Irie, or whatever name, Ieiri, is saying the 6 eyes, if it doesn't exist, then as for the sorcery of the without lower limit, not able to control it. Yeah, not able to handle control. Basically, if you don't have Rikugan, the 6 eyes, you can't control that particular technique. Ja, Rikugan o, well then, 6 eyes. Irimasu. Oh, this is her asking if he wants a cigarette. Like, necessary? Do you need one? And he's just saying no. Rikugan wa jutsushiki de wa naku taishitsu nano de copy dekimasen. Okay, so as for 6 eyes, or the 6th eye, it isn't a technique. Because it's a taishitsu, copy is not possible. So taishitsu is like a thing. Like a physical thing. Yeah. Oh, more like constitution predisposition. Either way, it's a thing that you can't, it's not possible to do copying. Copy jutsushiki wa Rika no kanzen kingenchu 5分しか持たないだろう。5分経ったら、ユータはどうなんだよ。Okay, so as for the copy technique, Rika's complete Kingenchu. Kingen is that like becoming real manifestation. Manifestation, perfect or complete manifestation during that only 5 minutes. Like only possessing, right? So as for the copy mechanic, you only have it for the 5 minutes while Rika is perfectly manifested, like during that period. 5 minutes when they pass, or if 5 minutes pass, as for Yuta, how will it become? What's going to happen? Pen. That's just her tapping her palm and showing the 5 minutes. ... Wakaranai. I don't know. Okay, here's Mei Mei. 普通に考えて, thinking normally or thinking towards normal. 1. Okay, she's going to give 3 possibilities, I guess, here. So first, 1. 賢弱の術式が常時または断続運転タイプなら肉体と魂どちらかが維持できず死ぬ。Okay. All right, so like the first possibility here is Kenjaku's technique. As for Joji, ordinary time or ordinary Joji Mata? Joji Matawa. Oh, Matawa is otherwise. So like ordinary or ordinary or danzoku unten. Intermittent. Intermittent operation type, if it's that. The physical body and the soul, whichever one, without EG will die. Without maintaining. Okay, so what she's saying is Kenjaku's skill, meaning like the skill to swap the brain and all that stuff. What'll happen is it'll either be normal, meaning like it'll work, or I guess it'll be intermittent operation, meaning like it'll work, won't work. If it's that type, then again, the physical body or the soul, whichever one it is, without maintenance, you're going to die. So basically, like that's option 1. Okay. Is that? Yeah. Without being able to operate either the soul or the physical body, you'll die. Now, I don't know why normal. If it's normal or if it's intermittent, then if you're not, I guess it's like without being able to operate either the physical body or the soul, you're going to die. Okay. 2. Second option. 術式が完結的に運転するタイプなら、即死はないが、いずれ死ぬ。Okay, so the technique, 完結的. Kanketsu in this case is, oh, sorry. Is that right? Yeah, kanketsu. There it is. Intermittent again. Oh, it's a different intermittent. Intermittently operating doing type. If it's the type of doing operation intermittently, the technique, as for instant death not existing, but sooner or later will die. Izure. Yeah. So izure in this case is eventually at some point you will die. Okay, so the technique, if it's a type of operating intermittently. Now, I don't know the difference between this intermittent, which is kanketsuteki, and danzoku unten. Danzoku, again, was also kind of intermittent. So there's some difference between those. But anyway, not instantaneous death, but you'll eventually die at some point. Sun, part 3, or option 3. 術式が単発一度きり発動の場合、5分経っても 無加減術師を使える. Okay. The technique, simple activation, tanpatsu? Anything which fires only one shot. Okay. And Ichido Kiri is also kind of like that sense. Ichido Kiri. Yeah, so in the case of the technique, like a one shot or using up one time activation in that case, okay, 5 minutes, even if they pass, or even when 5 minutes passes, will be able to use the without lower limit technique, which is Gojo's technique. So the technique in the case of like just one activation or like, and it fires once, even when 5 minutes passes, we'll be able to use the lower limit technique. I don't quite get that, but okay. 肉体の移動が完了した時点で、乙骨くんの術式は発揮され、五条くんの肉体で生きていくこともあるかもね。Okay. So, physical body's activation, or physical body's transfer, at the point in time of completion of that. So at the point in time that you do completion of the transfer of the physical body, as for the technique of Okotsu, the like abandonment is done. Tearing up, discarding, disposal of the techniques of Okotsu is done, happens. And with Gojo's physical body living and going, that event also exists, maybe. So I guess there's this idea that you may be stuck living in Gojo's body with your own Okotsu's techniques being discarded at the point in time that you do the physical transfer. 最終手段であることは否定しません. All right, so they're saying, as a most final method, existing event, as for that, will not do, like, rejection. Yeah, will not deny. So, like, I won't deny that this is a thing of, like, last resort, of most final, a most final method. We would say, like, a method of last resort. 最終手段. Yeah. Again, like most final method. Okay. コピー術式は完全権限しなくても僕の領域内なら使えます. Is this still Mei talking? I think this is still Mei talking. Even though we're seeing these two. As for my... Oh no, this is all Kotsu talking. As for my copy technique... Or no. As for the copy technique, so it may not be Okotsu. Perfect manifestation, even if don't do... No, this is Okotsu. Inside my domain, able to use. If it's inside my domain, I'll be able to use it. So, again, as for the copy technique, even complete perfect manifestation, even if not doing that, so that's a Rika, then I will be able to use it if it's inside my domain. Okay. まず、領域で戦う. First, with the domain fighting, or in the domain fighting, それで勝てなければ五条先生の肉体は僕がもらい受けます. Okay, so first, in the domain, we'll fight. And with that, if don't win, winning if not possible, or if I don't win with that, meaning in my fighting in my domain, then as for the physical body of Gojo Sensei, I will receive it. Okay, so he's talking about, this is Okotsu, and he's saying, you know, I'll fight Sukuna in my domain, which we already saw, and then if I don't win, then I'll activate this plan basically and receive Gojo's body. Dante de Shaben na watashi wa nattoku shite ne yo. Okay, Dante. This is Maki saying Dante, a conclusion. Like, she's saying don't talk. Don't talk as a conclusion. Like being concluded, don't talk. Or like decided. As for me, not doing agreement, not toku, can mean understanding, but it also means like agreement or acquiescence. Yeah. So not toku, consent or understanding, but in this case, consenting. Like basically, I'm not consenting, so don't talk as though it's been decided. Boku, that's probably Okotsu. 今結構ムカついてるんですけど Right now, splendidly mukatsuku am doing, you know, but muka, isn't that like to be ticked off? Mukatsuku? Yeah. So like, this might be Okotsu. I right now am angry, upset, offended. Eh? Do kangete mo yaru beki desho kono sakusen. Yeah, this is Okotsu. So, however, even if think about it. So, however you think about it, ought to do it, right? This tactic. All right. So, like, yeah, however you're thinking about it, this tactic, like we ought to be doing it, right? Sakusen toshite wa na. As for as a tactic, you know, 人間的にどうなんだちゅう話よ。Oh, like humanly, how is it? It's that sort of a story. So, right, this whole idea of like hopping into someone's body, that's what he's talking about here. Like humanly, speaking in a human sense, how is it? It's that's what we're talking about. It's that sort of a story. So yeah, as a tactic, but ningen teki ni, which I don't know that we would ningen teki ni. Yeah, it's just as human. This is kind of like humanly in a human way. Anyway. Ningen teki te nan desu ka? What is the thing called ningen teki? Meaning like, what do you mean by ningen teki? Like humanly. Boku tachi ga tatakau no wa shijou saikyou no jutsushi ryoumen sukuna desu yo. We, as for the one fighting, so as for the one that we're fighting, history's strongest sorcerer, Ryomen Sukuna, it is, right? We're fighting the history's strongest sorcerer, right? Ningen sei o tsutete kateru nara, mayowazu suteru beki da. Humanity, throwing away humanity and winning, if it's that, without hesitation, ought to throw away. So basically, if we can win by throwing away our humanity, ningen say, then we ought to throw away without hesitation. Kaibutsu ni naru no ga sonna ni kawaii desu ka? Towards monster becoming, that much scared? So like, are you that scared of becoming a monster? Minna omae ga daiji nanda yo. Everyone, you, like, very important. I guess this is like for everyone, you, okotsu, are important. Daiji. And that's what it is. Shake, salmon. So, Toge agrees. Okay, okotsu is getting frustrated. Gojo sensei wa daiji janai no? So, as for Teacher Gojo, like, is he not important? So they're saying, like, you're important, so we don't want you to do this. Okotsu is saying, isn't Gojo, like, is he not important? Boku tachi wa minna zutto kaibutsu ni naru koto o Gojo sensei hitori ni oshitsukete kittan janai ka? As for us, all of us, always continuously towards monster becoming event, to Gojo Sensei alone, pushing, have come to that, isn't it that? So he's basically saying, we, all of us, continually push upon Gojo Sensei alone, the event of becoming a monster. Isn't that what we do? Oshitsukete is just to, like, force upon someone. Yeah. To press, to force, to crush. Gojo sensei ga inakunattara dare ka ga kaibutsu ni. Teacher Gojo, if becoming nothing. So if Teacher Gojo dies, who towards monster? So basically, we always do this. We make him be the monster. We push him into being the monster. So if he dies, then who to the monster? Who will become the monster? Naranakya ikenai n da. Like, if that's the case, I guess. No, naranai ikenai. It's no good. It's no good if there's no one to become the monster, basically. Dare mo naru ki ga nai nara boku ga naru. Nobody becoming intent existing in that, if that's the case. So if no one intends to become the monster, or if no one has the intent of becoming, then I'm the one that will become, meaning the monster. Or I'm the one that will become. Okay. Toyo wake de shindara sono nikutai moraemasu kara. Oh, okay. So we're switching scenes here now, and Okotsu is apparently telling Gojo about this. So he's saying, to iu wake de. So that's the reason I'm saying, if die, that physical body will receive. And he's explaining again. So that's why if you die, I'm going to take your body. Nande chotto kirete no? Why a little bit being angry? Kirete. Yeah, this is the kirete. Why a little bit angry? No. Asking the question. I guess that's actually Gojo asking the question, like, why do you seem like you're angry about it or whatever? Like you're gonna blow your top. Iya desu ka? Is that no good? Betsu ni? So this is Gojo responding, like, no, it's something else. Makeru ki nai shi, jubun no shitai nante dou demo yoko nai? losing intent not existing. Like, I'm not intending to lose. And one's own corpse or whatever, how, whatever is fine, not existing. Basically, first of all, he's not intending to lose. And isn't it fine if you do whatever with with one's own corpse? So, 証拠が反対しなかったことはちょっとムカつくけど。Shoko, this is Shoko. Shoko, as for the event of not having done opposition, a little bit angry about. There's Mukatsuku again, which we just saw Okotsu earlier. This is Gojo, though. Like, he's a little bit upset that she didn't hantai, which is like maybe counterplan? Yeah, opposition resistance. And this is, I guess, she says, Suki ni sureba. If you do like what you like, towards what you like, basically do whatever you want. Okay. そういえば、僕、藤原の血を引いてるって言われたんですけど。Okay, so if you say it that way, if saying that way, by the way, or now that you mention it, me pulling the blood of the Fujiwara is said. So passive voice, like I've heard it said, it's been said that I pull from the blood of the Fujiwara, meaning like, I guess like I have drawn blood, inherited blood from the Fujiwara. Gojo sensei, Fujiwara te ite masen deshita? Oh, sorry. Sugawa. This is Fujiwara, and this is Sugawara. So teacher Gojo didn't you say Sugawara? So that's probably him. I don't remember what these are anymore, but anyway. Yeah, Sugawara da yo. Yeah, it's Sugawara. Boku to Yuta wa toi shiseki da mon. As for me and Yuta, distant or far relatives. Shinseki. Yeah. Okay, so we're distant relatives. Sugawara to Fujiwara te wari to naka waruku nakatta? But I mean, the Sugawara and the Fujiwara, talking about them, this is like to not get along. Wadi, like split. They split and didn't get along. Oh yeah, relatively. They were relatively, comparatively, like not getting along, weren't they? Ja, Uro-san no kangae kana? Well then, Uro's mistake, I guess, maybe? Iya, angai ryoho atteru te koto mo aru n janai? Well or no, unexpectedly, both directions meeting, combining, it's that event even also exists, isn't it that? Yeah. Okay, so no, unexpectedly, both directions, like being compatible, joining, fitting, that event also exists, isn't it that? Like that's also possible? I forget who Uro is and what they might have been mistaken about. Something about their relations or something like that. Umare wa boku yori megumareteru kamo te koto, sore de hanpa ni nattara dassai yo? Okay. As for being born, more than me, blessed, probably that event, with that, if becoming a fragment, it's uncool. It's unstylish, right? So it's unstylish if you're becoming a fragment. Hampa ni naru. Yeah. Becoming incomplete. With that, the event of probably being blessed more than me, I guess, being born. Okay, so I guess he's saying like your family line was more blessed than mine. And so with that, if you become a fragment, it's uncool. It's whatever, not stylish. Mazu wa zatsu na juryoku do ni ka shina itsumo ki o tsukero tte itten jan. As for the first thing, complex or detailed or miscellaneous cursed energy, somehow do that, right? Always noticing I'm saying. Or always be careful, I'm saying. So I'm saying like always be careful and somehow first the Zatsu Juryoku, cursed power. Zatsu in this case is just crude or rough or miscellaneous. I guess in this case it's your like as for the first thing, your crude or rough or sloppy cursed energy, like do something about it and be careful. That's like what I'm saying. Always. Okay. Gunu, which is just him like grumbling or whatever. All right. I have no idea what that whole exchange was about. Ja, mina kaete. All right. Everyone, let's go back. Or I guess everyone go back. Go back home. Iadane. No. Okaka, which is fish flakes. So that's usually no. Mito. Is this supposed to be me too? Anyway, all right. Oh, where are we with this? Oh, look, there's still more. Oh my gosh, this chapter. Okay, well, actually, we got like 6 more pages. Kaerete, saying go back. Jutsushi doshi to wa iie ne. Oshiego ni chinamagusai toko anma misetaku nai no yo. Okay. All right. So I guess I'm telling you, I'm saying go back. As for sorcerers, fellow sorcerers, able to say, you know, to teaching children like raw, stinky blood, that place excessively don't want to show. Okay. Like, I don't want to show off excessive gore to like kids that I'm teaching, even though we're like sorcerers of the fellow colleague sorcerers. Oshiego, yeah, student disciple, a teaching child. And again, Chinamagusai is literally like raw stinky blood. So yeah, reeking of blood, stinking of blood. So don't want to show excessive that to students. So go away, go home. 特にこれは自分でも正しいやり方がだと思ってないからね。でも Okay. Especially as for this, even oneself, even me, correct way of doing, not thinking because you know. But, so basically, especially because I don't think this is the right way to be doing things. Especially as for this, meaning I guess the conversation about Okotsu taking his body, maybe. Even me, the right way of doing things, not thinking. Anyway, but Moshi boku ga Sukuna ni makete mo. If me to Sukuna, even if lose. So even if I do lose to Sukuna. Kono heya no naka ni iru yatsura ga inaku nareba. Gakuganji no oji-chan ga jishitsu so kanbu no toppu ni tatsu. The people, the guys existing inside this room. Okay, so I guess he's talking about these. The people existing in this room, if become nothing, if they die, the Gakuganji old man, that's this guy, the old man of Gakuganji. Gakugan. Is that just the name? Is that his name? Old man Gakuganji. Jitsu Sokan. Jishitsu. On the true Jitsu. Sorry. Jishitsu. No, on the... Well, it can't mean real. On the tangible Sokanbu top standing. Okay, so the old man Gakuganji standing on the top of the real or substantial Sokanbu. The Sokanbu is, the General Inspector headquarters. Which is like the upper, where the leaders of the sorcery stuff happens. Okay. So what is he saying? Okay, so even if I lose, and I guess the people that are existing in this room, if they die, then this guy, will be standing at the top of that society, I guess. So naria Shibuya gomitai na gota gota wa mo nai sa. As for that way becoming, I guess like if things become that way, after Shibuya, like that mess, gota gota, already not existing. So it's not gonna, man, this is a mess. Gota gota. Yeah, trouble or confusion or difficulties. So he's basically saying, if things do go this way, there's not going to be a mess, troubles, difficulties like after Shibuya because of this, I guess. All right, some doors opening. I guess that's Gojo leaving here. Hora, kaita kaita. Come on now, go back. Iya desu, koko ni imasu. It's no good, it's detestable, will exist in this place. So stay in here. Existing here. Moo. That's just him being annoyed. Mo hitori de. Okay, so he's going to have a negative over here. So no longer alone. Kaibutsu ni naro to shinai de kudasai. To the monster trying to become, don't do please. So stop trying to be becoming the monster alone. Okay. Soria muri na hanashi da yo. As for that, it's an impossible story. Basically, like, you're saying something that's impossible. Ore wa ano toki oite ikareta nda kara. As for me, that time was left behind. That's why. Sui oitsukanakia. Okay, so this is a implied double negative. Must overtake, must pursue, must catch up. Yeah, to overtake or catch up. Okay, he's saying, as for me, at that time, like I was left behind, that's why. So presumably this is Gojo, and when he's saying like, at that time I got left behind, he's thinking about, I guess, Geto, and this is before Geto is dead. Anyway, so must catch up, must overtake. All right, we've got 4 more pages to go. So we're almost there. Well, 4 more pages with like dialogue on it. We can do this. Let's go. 俺の術式は正直よくわかってないんですけど As for my technique, speaking frankly, not well understanding. Like, I don't really understand my technique. Oh, pudding, which is literally pudding. This is the Sato, the sugar guy. Jibun no naka no no tobu no zoufuku sasete nani kashira no katachi de shuryoku suru kanji ka to. Okay, so inside oneself, tobun, which is like the sugar content. Yeah. Making zoufuku. Ooh, zoufuku. Amplifying. So amplification being done, or making amplification of the sugar amount inside myself. And somehow, or the shape of something, with the shape of something, doing output, it's that feeling. Or something like that, I guess. It's the feeling of doing an output, the shape of something.
Hello there.
Something or other by amplifying the sugar content in myself. Ha. That's him being tired from having done that. Haku chomp. Amai. It's sweet. Yoku kuemasu ne. Like, well able to eat, aren't you? Yeah, I guess like being surprised that he can eat it that well since it like came from his body. Kore no tobun sa tani ni sono mama buchi komanai. Okay, so to another person, this sugar content. So this sugar content to another person as it is, I guess like, are you not able to cram it into? Are you not able to cram this sugar content into another person as it is? Uchikomu. Yeah, drive it in. Can you drive that sugar content into someone else? Dekinaku wa nai kato? As for not being able to do it, not existing, basically like a double negative, like I don't think I can't. じゃあ、甘いは医療班で似たと私のスポート。Oh, so his name is Amai, right? Well then, as for Amai, as the medical treatment group, the clan, Nita me support. So basically, Amai, you're going to do support of me and Nita. So this is Ieiri saying this in the medical group, medical treatment group. 術式運用時に脳で消費される糖分をあざのおざなってくれ。Okay, so おざなって? 補って. ogino. Compensating for, supplementing. Yeah, okay. We'll do the favor of supplementing, compensating for the sugar content, having done expenditure in the brain at the time of like using techniques. Okay, so that's what he's going to do. Compensate for the expenditure of sugar content in the brain when they're using techniques. Presumably the healing techniques. Hi. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yarisugide chui ne? Doing too much, I guess like be careful. Caution, be careful, okay, of doing too much. Koketsuto de taoretara imi nai kara. With elevated blood sugar, if collapse, meaning doesn't exist. Yeah, okay, so like don't do it too much. Don't put in too much sugar, because if you collapse from too much sugar, or if, if whoever collapses falls, gets defeated from too much sugar, it doesn't have any meaning. There's no point. Okay. All right, so don't overdo it. This is, I'm not sure who that is. Okay, so they're trying to do medical treatment. Ore no jutsu shiki de kore ijou wa akka shimasen ga. With my curse technique, or because of my curse technique, as for more than this, as for in addition to this, worsening will not do. So bad transformation will not do. So basically, with my condition, with my technique, the condition isn't going to get worse than this. But ore no naoshiteru wake janai. As for me, healing, reason does not exist. Basically, it's not going to get worse, but I can't heal him. Gojo-san to onaji karara ga futatsu da. With Gojo, in the same way, body in two pieces. Basically, body split in two, like Gojo's, Mr. Gojo. Is that Kusakabe? これはもう俺の術式はもちろん、乙骨さんの反転術式のキャッパを超えている。Okay. As for this, already, as for my technique, obviously, and Mr. Okotsu's reverse technique's, I guess, capacity exceeding. So this problem is exceeding the capacity, the cap of Mr. Okotsu's reverse technique, and of course my own. All right. Oh, or was that Okotsu? I guess maybe this is Okotsu. Yes, this was Okotsu. Okay. 僕にはリカちゃんがいるから、こうして何とか意識を保っていられるけど。Okay. As for to me, Rika-chan existing because this way doing somehow consciousness preserving being done. Or able to preserve. So basically, I'm able to preserve, remain consciousness somehow this way, doing this way, because Rika's here. Rika exists. それももう限界です. Even this, even that, is already the limit. All right. I guess we're seeing the flashback into the moment where Okotsu is going to swap over or whatever. Ieiri-san yarimasu. So Ms. Ieiri, do it, or will do it. No. Toyo yori yaru shikanai desu. More than saying that, like no choice but to do it. Okay, this is Okotsu saying this to Irie. Basically, I'm going to do it, meaning the transfer. Ms. Ieiri. More than saying that, like, I have no choice. Like, I have to. Yaru shikanai. Okay. Gojo no shitae wa Hogo o owarasete aru. Okay. As for the corpse of Gojo. Oh, this is sewing together. Hogo. Yeah, seaming, suturing, stitching. Is like have made finishing. I've made finish the suturing, the stitching of Gojo's corpse. Idol shidai. Upon transfer, Hanten jutsushiki o zenkai ni shite nikutai o shiagero. As soon as, depending upon transferring, due towards zenkai, complete opening full throttle, reverse technique, and shiagero, the physical body. Shiageru. I guess like put on the final finishing touches. So like complete the physical body, put the finishing touches on the physical body by doing towards full throttle the reverse technique when you do transfer. Amae wa sono sapoto da. As for Amae, that's the sugar dude. He's that support. Or it's that support. Like he'll be supporting that. Migi te de gomen ne. Migi te de gomen ne. With the right hand, I'm sorry, you know? I'm sorry it's with the right hand. Migi te de gomen ne. I'm not quite sure why the meaning behind him apologizing with that. Okay, well, there we go. Ryoiki Tenkai. So we're back to the future, so that flashback is done. They're both doing Ryoiki Tenkai, domain unfolding, domain expansion. Ryomen Sukuna no Kekkai o Tojinai Ryoiki ni taisuru Kekkai Jutsu no Kai wa Gojo Satoru ni yori dasareteru. Okay, so Ryomen Sukuna's magical barrier, a domain that doesn't close a magical barrier. Okay, so like the domain that doesn't have like a boundary to it, that doesn't have a magical barrier. Doing countering of that. As for a solution to the magical barrier technique towards the domain without a closure of a magical barrier of Sukuna, due to Gojo Satoru, was able to come out. So a solution was able to come out thanks to, or due to Gojo Satoru for this. So that seems to suggest that Sukuna is going to lose or not do so well with his domain expansion. Oh, wow. All right. Okay. And we get this nice scene here. We get the Muryo Kusho, which we've seen as the like without boundary, empty place, empty spot, and the Fukuma Mitsushi, Hell's Kitchen. So I always call it Hell's Kitchen, but you know what I mean. There's their domains, and we see the shrine, and there's the void. So very cool. That is the end of the chapter. So that's 261. Next time we'll go right in 262. It just hops right over here. There's no end to the chapter. So 262 next time. Only 10 chapters to go at that point. So there we go. 262 next time. Okay. And just a little over an hour. You know, given how much talking there was in that, how much dialogue there was in that chapter, that wasn't too bad. Could have been way worse. Oh, hey, Pork. Sorry. in the zone. All right. Let's read some kitty cats. Okay. Volume 3. Oh, we're towards the end of this now, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the end. Okay. We're at the omake, almost at the end. That's not what I want. That's really not what I want. There we go. Of course, all my shortcuts are gone now. And that's not the videos folder that I want. All right, there we go. Fushiginako no Kyuu-chan. All right, part 16, 108. And we are in 4 April already. Ooh. All right. Actually, just give me one. Okay, so this is 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. All right. Oops. All right. I think we are set there. Shitsu toriku. Osasoi. Osasoi is like an invitation, I believe, but we'll go ahead and because it can be temptation. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, let's do it. What was this? Is this 16? I always forget. 16. Okay, let's continue with our 16th session with Fushiginako no Kyuu-chan in the 3rd volume. Oh boy, Shitsutoriku. Shitsutoriku. So sheet trick of the sheets. There we go. We can see he's just Iruyo. Okay, so trick. Kyuu-chan's panicking, gonna call, I guess, the police or something, and Hinata runs out, existing. Like, I'm here. Osasoi. Osasoi. Saso means to invite or to lure or to tempt. So this is like either an invitation or temptation. G, staring. Miso pan, miso bread. Choi, choi. That's kind of like pointing, here. Hitotsu tsukutte miru. One thing, I guess we'll try to make. You want to try to make one? Hon. Ha. Neko wa yoku nobiru te honto dattan da. Wow. Okay, so he's impressed and saying, as for cats, like, well stretching, talking about that, it was true, isn't it? Like, it's true that cats can, like, extend really well, right? Okay, I'm not sure. Maybe it's like bread growing, like expanding like the bread. I don't know what that's. Or maybe wearing the hat feels very tall. I guess this is senpai fu, in the manner of senpai, meaning like your superior, the person older than you. I don't know. Well, okay. There is an expression that is okaze. Senpai kaze o fukasu, which is to put on a patronizing air, but I don't think that's really what we're going to see. I think this is kind of like in the style or in the manner of senpai, but we'll see. So it might be senpai kaze. In any case, okay, bread. Koko pan no panda moratta no. Okay, this place is bread of bread. Received? Wow. Okay, Koko pan. Oh, maybe, is that the name of the store? Like, this is bread from Koko pan? Anyway, like you got it? You received it? Wow. Oishii na. It's tasty, isn't it? Ore mo kondo pan zukuri ni chousen shite miyou kana? I also, like, next time, towards bread making, will try to do chousen? We'll try to challenge, I guess. Shouldn't I? I guess I should try to throw the gauntlet down towards making bread next time. Usu. Nani sono doya kao? Doya kao. Doya gao. Yeah. What is it with that satisfied or triumphant look? All right, so all right, I don't quite get this one. Oh, maybe this is like in the manner of a senpai. In other words, Kyuu-chan is feeling like a senpai, like he's senior, or Kyuu-chan is senior because Kyuu-chan was able to do something that Hinata can't. And that what's with that self-satisfied and triumph? Anyway, okay. Kako, bygone days, the past. Shigoto shitete tamani. Okay. Occasionally, once in a while, doing work. Jibun wa kore de ii no ka to nayamu koto ga arimasu. As for self, with this, is it good? Worrying event exists. Okay, so I guess this is the baker that's saying, like, once in a while, occasionally while I'm working, or doing when I'm working occasionally, I think, like, is it okay? I worry about, is this good? Nekopan, cat bread. G, stare. Boku okiku nattara pan yasan ni naru. Okay, presumably thinking about himself or herself, themselves when they were little, and say, well, Boku is probably a guy. But anyway, me, when becoming big, towards baker will become. So I'm going to become a baker when I grow up. Kimi o miteru to. So when I look at you, daiji na mono o omoida sasete kureru. I doing the favor of making remember important things. So there we go. Like a little bit of doubt, seeing Kyuu-chan remembering himself. So when I see you, it does me the favor of making me remember important things. Oh, okay. Shiawase no kakera. The kakera of happiness. What is kakera? A fragment, a splinter of happiness. Okay. Tadaima, I'm back. Da, da, da. Kyou mo odekake shite no? Today also came out to greet? Like you also came out today? Kawa no ishi, a stone from the river? So. Sonna toku made ittanda? That's sort of a far to that point went. Like you went that far. Daiboken datta ne? It was a big adventure, wasn't it? Kyuu-chan ga ironna shiawase o torokete kureru kara. Kyuu-chan, because doing the favor of delivering various happinesses, ore mo tanushiku nachao na. I also become, I guess I have enjoyment. I also become part of the enjoyment or whatever. Mada boken suru no? I guess like still doing the adventure? Gui, grabbing. Genki dana? You're healthy, you're robust, you're energetic, aren't you? Okay, so Kyuu-chan is pulling Hinata along and like, oh, you're still adventuring, huh? Like you're full of energy, aren't you? Ah. What is this? Yozakura or Yazakura? Evening cherries. Evening cherry. So this would be like looking at the cherry trees at the evening. Yozakura. Yeah, cherry trees at evening. Yozakura. Wow. Okay, there's like lanterns lit up in the trees. Shiawase wa igai to chikaku ni aru mono da na. As for happiness, unexpectedly nearby, closeness existing thing it is, isn't it? So happiness is unexpectedly something that's surprisingly close, unexpectedly nearby. Mata mi ni iko ne? Koyo ne? I guess like, I guess again, let's come to look. Let's come and see it again another time, shall we? All right. That is the end. That is the end of that section. And that is technically the end of chapter 3. Very cute image here at the end. The volumes have had these omake. Omake is like freebies or add-ons. We will save that as like a special thing. So we'll do that actually next time. So we'll do the omake next time, finish off volume 3, and we'll do our preview of volume 4 next time. All right. There we go. Which means I need to get volume 4 ready to go without having the other volumes fall on me. Okay, there's volume 4 ready to go. Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bring the bum, 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 bum. Okay, where are we with Atomo? Oh, right, this whole boy, this is getting weird. All right, and we paused here. Well, I'm glad I remember that because it's been a while. So we're on volume chapter 40, volume 2. There it is there. Ragu Daitorio Kante. Okay, Kante was like private residence. So okay. Seimitsu. Oops. Oh, it's already 9 o'clock. You know, Oh, I want to read this. Okay. You know what? We'll probably just call it here. I need to get to bed at a reasonable time tonight because I'm getting up at like 5:45 tomorrow. No one wants to see manga anyway. Loud and clear. All right. Well, and there we go. Where can we go? Where can we go for today? Chimpanzee. Oh boy, that's a name, all right. Dude. Boy, it's pretty quiet for a Saturday. Oh. All right. It is oh, I'm still recording. Stop that. There we go. I've got my eye on you. The all right. We're going to continue with the crochet tomorrow. I'm going to try to get some other stuff down here too so that we're ready to go with the hobby swapping. So that will probably be starting next week. I'm not going to have a lot of free time tomorrow though, so it's going to be rough. I guess I'll just kind of figure out how to handle it as we get into next week. But we should be streaming tomorrow and we'll do our normal stuff. We'll work on the crochet shirt and we'll do some manga reading. We'll be reading, I guess, Bleach tomorrow. Where are we with Bleach? Oh, we're in the beauty battle. If you haven't seen Bleach, the previous chapter ended with this. So, you know, there you go. So we'll have to see what's going to happen here. I don't even know what to say. So we got 2 chapters left in that volume, but we'll be continuing with Bleach. If you want to see what's going on with that and whatever, again. All right. We are going to go raid Midnight Sumo. Midnight Sumo is live. There is no tournament going on right now, but they are looking at some sumo videos and stuff. And so that'll be fun. Midnight Sumo. Alrighty. That's going to do it for us for today. Thank you again so much, everyone, for hanging out. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Hope you have a happy Easter. If you stuck around from Sorita's raid or Blue Eyed Cat's raid, thank you so much. I hope you have a good one. Again, thank you for sharing all the crafts and things that are going on. It's always great to see some beautiful, beautiful yarns and patterns and wonderful projects going on. So yeah, thank you for hanging out. Again, I hope you have a good one. Hopefully the weather's going to be nice where you are. It's going to rain. We have a very narrow window of rain tomorrow, but it's right when I'm going to be outside, which will be great. So anyway, let's go raid Midnight Sumo and I will catch y'all next time. Again, thank you so much. Have a good one and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.